Hello, Blurry Cat. Okay. Hello, Penguin. Hello, everybody. Okay, we're starting. Give me a few minutes. Oh, you know what? I need to do the announcements. Announcements time. Yeah, it is indeed. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. So what are we doing today? Well, I actually wrote it. So we have a comment to read, a series of comments from David Sugar about authentication. We should maybe think authentication through a little bit. We have a PR to review, although the PR is not ready for merging, I believe. It's still work in progress. But we can take a look at what's already there and see if we have comments. So let's put that there. Review number 60. PR number 60. Question mark. Okay. Yeah. also, let's take a look at if there's any update on Flow. Hey, Neurosite. Yeah, I mentioned Flow once. Guess who shows up, huh? Git log. Fix Windows build. Move terminal multi-cursor rendering to libv axis. Okay. Let's update. I see. So by the way, this is the latest and greatest in UI design. So this might not seem like much. Oh, by the way, I added an easy access to the debug view of the UI because it's it's handy for seeing like container sizes. But in any case, there's some. I made some minor adjustments. I think this is as good as it can be for now. I was wondering whether we should add more interactions. Also, you know what? I would be curious to animate these highlight stuff a little bit. Just basically, I think that what I would like is when transitioning from on to off, to do so with a very small animation. Yes, yes, please do. Please do. Hello, everybody. Okay, so we're building Flow. Flow has been built. Zig up 0.16. Man, we're gonna have to update the version of Zig sooner or later. It's gonna be so many breakages. Andrew gave me a preview, It's already super broken with master branch head. Nah. So yeah, okay. So you know what? I'm kind of curious. I'm just gonna briefly snoop at. Is it getting any closer? It is. I think that the blockers right now are IO stuff that is missing that needs to be ported. So you can look at basically at the PRs from Andrew about IO stuff, and there's one branch from MLog where he touches a bunch of SEMA stuff, and that one is also a blocker, I believe. That's pretty much it. The new branch from MLog will introduce this thing. I'm saying this as a joke, by the way. I don't think it's a big deal, but he's gonna introduce this. Basically, this type is gonna be different than this type. I think. I believe so. Where basically the idea is, if a type has a specified alignment, even if the specified alignment is the natural alignment, then the type equality will fail with a type that leaves this implicitly defined as the natural size, the natural alignment. That's it. Oh, you know what? Neurosite. Here's another thing that so it's kind of in a feature freeze. I mean, I think that basically that's where all the manpower is going right now in those things, and so it's just that nobody's working on features. I mean, you could argue that IO is a feature, but yeah. Um. So there is a thing about flow that I noticed recently that I found puzzling. So let me test it out. I'm going to open two files. I'm going to open. Oh, here's a minor one. If I open the git commit edit message, I always find my cursor in the middle of comments because it remembers where the cursor was the last time, which is absolutely appreciated for other files, but not for this guy. I think you should. I would even consider hard coding this. This file, in my opinion, should always have the cursor on the top left. It's just extra annoying keystrokes every time I want to make a new commit, and then I have it, down here. In any case, here's my test. Okay, I have one file. I'm going to write something at the end, but I'm not going to save. I'm going to open another file. I'm going to write something at the end, and I'm going to do WQ. WQ has now written both files. Oh, that is the problem. Because I write WQ and you match WQA. This is a problem. So here's how this has confused the hell out of me. I at some point was doing a I was doing a like pull rebase, or like I was messing with Git, and basically some files were changed under the hood, and at some point I did WQ to write the current file and quit, but I still had open other buffers with old versions of those files, and I inadvertently blasted uh other stuff. Honestly, I think that this is just wrong. Like, WQ should be the first match for WQ. I just need to add a command mode. Oh, uh-huh. Yeah. You know, I think that maybe you're right. I do still think that there's something sus in how fuzzy matching is making WQA win over WQ. Space should come before A, in my opinion. Or uh, said differently, a full match should win over a partial match. Um, yeah, I think the second way of saying it is the better one. This is sus, and I think I've seen some of these also. So okay, here's what I do find funny in the autocomplete. Like these somehow survives spaces. So like I do app dot, and then I do like weird spaces, and it's still matching, which I don't think it should. But then when doing paths, if I do, for example, GUI space main, because in my mind, GUI is one. I know that there's like one directory called GUI and one called main, and I shouldn't be putting a space there, but I don't know. I sometimes do that. Then the space becomes a deal breaker for basically continuing the matching. Like it stops at GUI. Um, Personally, I would like for this to be more lenient and to have GUI space main match GUI slash main. But that being said, I understand that it's a personal preference and it is based on my personal quirks. But this this should not survive spaces. I really don't think that this thing should survive spaces. Anyway, hmm okay. So let's take a look briefly at how much effort it takes to animate hover. There are no rules at all for when completion is done. Yeah. I think that basically, for me, I think that anything that breaks the current word should put an end to it, with the only caveat that um, some symbols do make sense depending on the language, I guess. Um, but I think the way you could do it is you um, you probably can look at a list of matches and you only allow non-letter characters that are present in the list. Otherwise, any other character should, in my opinion, end the uh, dismiss the auto completion thing. And in my opinion, space and enter should always. Well, I mean, enter should confirm it. That makes sense. But space, yeah, no, space should always dismiss it. Uh, that way, I can basically have the automatism of every time I want to do a new line, I do a space first just to make sure to dismiss the thing if it's still there. Yeah. The other suggestions that contain spaces. Yeah, but I think it's reasonable to have basically Like, you shouldn't be typing through the space, in my opinion. You type up to the space. Oh, but at least you can do that. Yeah. Honestly, I would do it even harder, but yeah, at least you can do that. Um, I personally find it weird that you would type through a space without accepting the autocompletion. Like, it makes sense that you type through the autocompletion to some degree, partially to bring it up in the list, and because maybe you just didn't notice that it was in the list. But typing through a space while keeping that intention, I don't know. I find it sus. Okay. I want the alpha animation. So let's see if we can do alpha animation on that. Um, mm, Animations. Hmm. Slider entry recalc. Global easing. Animator. DVI animate kind duration easing. Start animator start. If end animator start end. So I guess that animator is the value that keeps changing every frame, I'm guessing. And then you pass some value. DVY plot XY. That's fine, but where's the alpha stuff? Hmm. Where is the alpha stuff? Because this one doesn't define alpha. There's a couple buttons. Overlay, okay. Animate. Gravity Y. And both. Gravity Y. Oh, wait a second. This guy is inside the animator. Whoa. Spooky. So we put message inside the animator? How does that work? Okay, you know what? This might be a little bit too much fuzzing. It doesn't seem insane, but I think that I might end up with a suboptimal solution very easily. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do the useful stuff first. And then if we get tired and bored, maybe we can start playing with this and see how it goes. Um, so what are we looking at right now? All right, let's do the PR first. Review the PR and then we do the rest. Do you know any library like SQLC for Zig? Would it be a useful library? What's SQLC? Do you have a link? Can you share a link to SQLC so I can learn what it is? Oh, okay. The closest that I can think of is uh, specific to one database, to SQLite, but it provides, I think, at least some of what this library provides. And it's this one. This one has a bunch of automation um, around what it is that you can or cannot do uh, with types that use queries. So consider it, check it out. I will say though that I do use SQLite in this project, and I am not using this library. What I went for is, so if you're curious, the project is this one. It's Awebo, and the way I'm doing it is this. I have this query abstraction where you pass the query string as the first argument. This is a type constructor, so we're doing generics. So I'm creating a concrete instance of a query that is specific to this string and these settings. So um, this one is complicated. Let's do this one. It might not look like it, but that one was complicated. Let's do this one. So this is select the column from blah blah blah. And so I'm specifying with kind if it is a query that should return a single row or multiple rows. Then I'm specifying if this is a query, because this is, I believe, part of the nature of the query. Like, beforehand if this is going to return you like multiple results or one, or 0 or 1 or 0 or many. And then I specify for each column a name that you can use to get these values out of the result. And then a type also. So I'm also specifying a type. And I also have a logic that knows how to map certain types to my enums. Then I do the same also for arguments. So here, this is a query that has arguments. So I have an arguments thing. And then when you use this thing, when you use this query, you have to pass in the arguments. And if you mess it up, like if you typo the name of a thing, you get an error that tells you there's no field channel R in this struct. And then when you get results, you can do .get. The nice thing compared to the original SQLite API is that in the SQLite API, when you have a query, you have to do at the usage side, you have to decide is this a .row or a .rows query. So you have to remember and do it right. And then in here, SQLite wants you to say, give me, first of all, you have to refer to columns by their index, which obviously is error prone. But on top of that, you have also to remember which type you're trying to get out. So you have to, there's like a bunch of methods depending on the type. Like you have to do .boolean, nullable boolean. So if you do .boolean and then the thing is actually null, then that's an error. Well, in this case, I'm basically, writing everything down once. You have to keep these and these in sync because there is no way of knowing. So this is the funny thing. On one hand, in a SQL database, you think you would able to know statically what are the types of these fields depending on the schema and what the query does. But in SQLite specifically, you can't because SQLite allows you to put whatever value you want in a row. So it's not immediately obvious what it is and what it is that you cannot what that you can or cannot get out of a row. So long story short, I'm not doing full automated validation, but it's even though you have to do the bookkeeping manually, it's not too bad. Obviously, fully automated would be preferable. But last thing, these queries, I make prepare statements out of them. So I pre-compile them at project startup, and that gives me immediate information if my query is wrong. For example, if I think that there's a column called UIDX, um, all I have to do is do Zig build test. So it's not a compiler thing, but it's a test thing. Oh, sorry. Wait, did I not do this already? Okay, let's give it a second. I don't think this error will show up in here. I think I have to run tests manually, but actually we could. Oh, never mind. What is going on here? Excuse me? Why am I getting this error now? Oh, because I'm in fucking flow. I'm an idiot. Okay. So let me restore the error. I was in the wrong directory. So I do run Zig build test. The test will run, but it doesn't have to be the test. It can also be run. You can also try to run the application the first time, and you will see the same error. It immediately will catch semantic errors in the query, ones like non-existent column. Yeah. So, but here's the thing: this is not done by me. This is done by SQLite. So this is, I guess, the fact. My point is, you can get a lot of mileage out of the database itself, because once you load the tables on the database itself, you can test this stuff on the fly. For example, how do tests work? I can show you. For example, in I don't know, init, server init. So server init is a subcommand that makes use of these queries. And then at the bottom, I have this test. This is what tells me when queries are wrong. It literally starts a in-memory SQLite database. Uh, init also adds all the tables, and then runs init queries. And db init queries of our queries makes a prepare statement for each one of those queries, and the database will error out if your query has an horrible mistake in it. So long story short, you can actually get a lot of mileage out of smaller components that you make yourself if you want. Obviously, an all-encompassing solution has its own appeal, but that this is already pretty nice. I can promise you that since I wired in prepared statements, I never had any surprise from SQL anymore. Occasionally, it happens that I make a mistake in mapping things to what I think they should return. So this occasionally still has mistakes in it, but you find a mistake, you fix it once, and then it's not like you have to update all usage sites, because all usage sites will be automatically checked against your new stuff. So for example, if I thought that this would be non-nullable, but it turns out to be nullable, I save, and as soon as I save, okay, you know what? We might not be doing much with that one query specifically. Let me find another one to mess up. More common one. This one, optional. Come on. There we go. The moment I make this optional, it immediately tells me, bro, you're trying to give an optional value to another thing that you don't think should be optional. So, this is pretty good already as is. Yeah, I think this is an interesting approach. You know, if you're interested, so you're a contributor to SQLC, so you are like interested in bringing something like SQLC to the Zig ecosystem. If that is the case, I do think that you might have something useful. Sorry, I think that there like it would be something useful for the ecosystem. You're right in asking because sometimes, actually, oftentimes, things that exist in other ecosystems make no sense in the Zig ecosystem, like absolutely no sense. And so, you know, sometimes people come from another language and they say, oh, in this other language, we have this thing that everybody uses. So obviously you want to have it also in Zig, right? And the answer is no, absolutely not. But this one, I think it makes sense. And if you're interested in seeing me kind of trying to grapple with this stuff, take a look at this blog post. Take a look at this blog post. In this blog post, I'm actually saying, you know what? It would be cool if we had something like SQLC. I mean, I didn't know about SQLC, but I was envisioning something like SQLC. With the only caveat, though, that when I did this, so this is the original way in which I tackled a bit of meta programming in my project in Awebo. I ended up removing all of this stuff. I don't do any of these anymore because my simplistic solution wasn't general enough. So I went for a slightly different path, and I didn't know when I was doing this how much mileage you could get out of the database itself by just testing the queries against the database. That being said, yeah, I think it would be cool. Um, yeah, so about comp time, I think that there is something to be kept in mind where maybe for some things comp time is fine, but I do think that for some others, it would be preferable to do instead a build step. So in your build pipeline, you like here's how I envision this. So if I decided to go down this path and like explore it fully, so do full SQL parsing, which I decided not to do. If I had gone down this path, the way I would have done it is I would ask users to put their SQL queries in .sql files. I would ask them to put like schema creation queries into a like special directory. I don't know, like a schema directory, so that you can start with those queries, learn what the database state is, then start analyzing the queries. And what I would do is I would generate Zig source code that maps to those queries so that then when you're using this stuff as a user, like you're trying to use a query that goes through your system, right? And you get confused about something, you can do go to definition because if you only do comp time, which is more or less what I'm doing with this system here, although this is simpler, significantly simpler than what SQLC would look like if done entirely comp time. You basically, you know, you land in the middle of a bunch of metaprogramming and nothing makes sense. Like it's not going to be easy to understand. So I think that there is value in doing code generation and doing things as a build step. And by the way, the Zig programming language, well, the Zig compiler makes it super easy to set that up. So you can totally do it. And as a build step, like you can make a package that offers a prepackaged build step where the user, all they have to do is specify in a standardized manner where are their queries, where are their schema queries, and then you get to work. And then this will integrate with the language server because you once you do that, the language server will always know where to find those generated definitions. To give you an example, here I'm using, this is my code, but my code in turn uses ZQLite. ZQLite is an SQLite client, and you can go to definition on ZQLite. And ZQLite in turn allows you to, like, ZQLite in turn depends on the SQLite 3 header. So you can go to definition and you can see this is the translated SQLite header. So this is the the official SQLite header translated to Zig. So So the LSP allows you to do that. So it would totally be able to allow you to do also the same with uh, source code generated by your, I don't know, SQL Zig, let's say. It generates Go source code. Yes. So I would probably recommend to keep it mostly that way as well for Zig. Comp time makes it cool. It's cool in many ways, yeah, but it is good to be able to do go to definition. I did mention this library. One reason why I'm not using this library is because at some point I was having trouble understanding what it was doing, and it was dropping me into a bunch of comp time metaprogramming, and I did not appreciate that. Yeah. And one funny thing that you can do, although obviously, the limits of what I'm describing, there's a limits to what I'm describing because it depends on how, different databases have different SQL dialects. So then you have to keep that into account. But one thing that you could do is, even if somebody is targeting, let's say, Postgres, in your build step, so the build step where you generate files, you can also, as a starting point, even just to quickly check that everything makes sense, you could have that executable. So that build step, you have that one depend on SQLite. You pull up a SQLite in-memory database. You turn on strict tables. You run schema creation queries. You do prepare statements for the queries, and you see if SQLite has complaints. So you can even like incorporate the two approaches together. That being said, obviously, if you do parsing for everything and you know how to do, analysis of the semantics of everything, then obviously you don't even need to do that. But my point is, sky's the limit. And keep in mind that in Zig, different from Go, uh, depending on a C library, especially if it's for a tool that runs as an intermediate step in a build pipeline, there's no cost associated to depending on a C library. It's not like with Go that, oh, now it's C Go and now it sucks. You don't feel it from Zig, because Zig can especially if it's something like SQLite that is like small and self-contained. Actually, technically, if you were able to package one of the other databases as well, obviously the I don't know, like MS SQL, no, but you could even package, if Postgres were packaged for Zig, you could even compile Postgres. You compile Postgres, you run Postgres, and you run all these things in a like temporary Postgres thing. That is funny. But it would totally be doable. Anyway. Uh, sign up. It's a client request. Contains invite slug, username, and password. Indeed. Serialize, deserialize alloc. Makes sense. Um, okay. Uh, returns a feature representing first connection attempt due to an invite. Invite sign up. Yeah. I guess we have to see calls to this bad boy. Where do they end up putting the future? Network has a new case. That's fine. S to FCS. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so everything follows the original. Yeah. If mode is not sign up, then we do authenticate. Uh, huh. Serialize, flash, send request. Try to get an authenticate reply. Okay. Otherwise, if it is sign up, make a request, send it over. Yes. Perfect. Wait for a reply. Authenticate reply, deserialize alloc. I think this should not be a deserialize alloc. Oh, no, I know why it is. It's because this thing can contain an error message. That sucks. Okay. Okay. These all make sense to me. Host ID. If it's join, we lock and we make a host. If it's synapse, we lock and we make a host. Same exact thing. Same call to persistence. Same return value. Yep. So now we're in the GUI. Yeah, invite synapse with this being an underscore. That is problematic. That is problematic. Hmm. Server run. Take my authenticate request. Sign up request. Yeah, scope log. Look, see, blah, blah, deserialize unlock. I mean, this all seems good to me. The only problem is this. This returns a future that we cannot discard. So, this returns a future that we cannot discard. How does this work? How does this work? We cannot discard this future. Discord's been absolutely terrible lately. I really hope this becomes a viable alternative soon. Yeah, hopefully it will. I feel optimistic about it. It's honestly getting something off the ground is not that hard. We're already in pretty decent shape. Um, Good enough to replace Discord. It's a lot of ground that we need to cover. All the cruddy stuff. Edit channels, edit messages, edit users, edit sections, edit descriptions of these, edit names of that. So, you just have to write a lot of this cruddy code. And you also have moderation, which is another boatload of crud. Um, so my point is, I don't know how fast we will be to implement, to cover all that ground at a level of polish that makes it you know, comfortable to switch from Discord to something else. It might take more than soon, uh, but we'll get there. Okay, so I'm saying that we cannot discard this future. Are we discarding this future in the other case? We fucking are. Yeah, we should indeed not be discarding this. Okay, I'm gonna fix this afterwards after I fix both. Okay, with this, then there's like just really no comments. That's the only annoying thing. And I mean, it's on me. I need to design what the life cycle of that stuff is. Actually, you know what? No, I think this one we can leave as thing. You know what? Cut. In empty. Um. Hmm, okay. Awesome. So this is great. Now we need to read comments about authentication. Oh man, this is gonna be okay. So I was saying yesterday, oh no, this is gonna be too boring. I'm not gonna do that on stream. Well, guess what? Welcome everybody to us getting a lecture on how to do authentication from David Sugar. But I'm going to be a bad student. I'm going to come into this unconvinced that we need to do anything unless I actually get convinced that we need to do a certain thing. So I'm gonna start from like the mindset that we shouldn't do anything. And then I'll buy into extra complexity as I get convinced that it is strictly necessary. So we'll see where we land. By the way, quick reminder: if anybody, so I'm gonna go get some tea now before we start this. Quick reminder that if you happen to be in somewhere in southern Germany in the next weekend, this Saturday, if you happen to be near Nuremberg, come to Zig Day Nuremberg. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a full day of Zig social programming, and the place is nice. I've been there, and we're also gonna do a bunch of Awebo contributions. So if you're curious, this is kind of what it looks like. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good location. So think about it. Website is zig.day. Just click on Nuremberg, and then you can click on the last event. Make sure to RSVP. They have an RSVP on Eventbrite, I think. Eventbrite. So, yeah. I'll go get some tea, and then I'm gonna do the delightful authentication reasoning. Okay. Okay, so do we need authentication? I would argue. Why do we even need authentication? Just let people in, man. Whatever. Okay, let's see what David suggests. Actually, you know what? I'll be more precise. So here's what I had in mind when I originally thought about this stuff to some degree. So I didn't think it thoroughly, 1 bajillion%. I just had a general idea of what I wanted. So token authentication. So how does this work? So we need a table for the server to store authentication tokens. So the idea is that every user has a list of active tokens. Then we need a new token-based authentication method. Right now, our authentication request we have the concept of having multiple authentication methods, but the only authentication method that we have right now is username and password. The difference between using username and password versus using username and token is that password is kind of like you can think of it as being like quote unquote the master token. So like with a password, you can do everything. But with a token, you have the ability, for example, to log out a specific account, like you burn their token without having to change your password. So, ultimately, it's not like there's a night and day difference between using a password versus tokens, but it does help you a little bit. For example, if you use token authentication, what you can do is not store passwords in the client. The server will still have to hold passwords, but the client, the user inputs their password to log in the first time, but then they don't save the password to disk. They only save the authentication token, which limits to some degree the type of damage that somebody can do if if somebody else gets their hand on your authentication token. I mean, it's not just the token by itself doesn't really have this property, but it depends on how you structure things around it. For example, one way in which you could do it is that normal operations in Awebo, so when you're using Awebo from the client, you could say that normal operations are fine with just you being authenticated via a token. But then if you want, for example, to go into your settings and change your email, then being authenticated with a token is not enough. Now you also have to confirm your password if you want to make that change. And so that way, if somebody steals your token, they can do some damage, but they can't, for example, change your email address and like steal entirely the account from you. So long story short, a token plus, some extra gates in the system, they help you a little bit. That's pretty much the same as a session cookie. Yeah. I mean, yes. That's what a session cookie does. Yeah. Hey, see you sometimes. I'm glad that you go to that event. I hope someday I have similar knowledge and develop software like you. Thank you. I'll follow your repo because I learned a lot there. Greetings from Mexico. Greetings to you as well. Have a good day. Well, glad that you're enjoying the content and that you're learning something. Hopefully, one day somebody will start at Zig Day closer to where you live, so you can join a local Zig Day and meet other people that live near you that you can make friends with, and you can all do more stuff together. More software you can love. Okay, so the idea is we switch. I would even argue maybe that do we keep this? So you could argue whether this should we could say that login stops being an authentication method and becomes a separate type of request, or we keep it as an authentication method, and then when you log in via username and password, what we give you in the reply is also your token. So when you log in via token, we don't give you anything. You already have the token. But otherwise, if you log in this way, then we do give you the token. I guess that's one way of doing it. I guess the difference, a session cookie. Well, okay, setting. So this is the same as a session cookie. I'm gonna dissect this a little bit. So the answer I think is kinda. So it is somewhat similar in terms of what happens when somebody takes it away from you, copies it, right? To be clear, cookie is a web technology. Here we're not doing web technologies. These being a cookie has implications, on how requests and replies work between server and client, which is another thing to keep in mind. A session cookie also, if you talk about a session, it means that whenever you close the tab, you should lose the session cookie, or something along those lines. How long-lived these tokens for Awebo should be, I think it's up to debate. I think that I would like for them to be very long-lived. I think that David would like for them to be less long-lived. Obviously, the longer lived these things are, the more open they are to abuse. But I I think we can do something about that as well. So in any case, that being said, obviously, yes, at a high level, we're talking about kind of the same thing. Okay, so I would stay away from JWTs. Yeah. So he says refresh token used to obtain access token. I don't like the idea of a refresh token, or rather, I would use the access token as the refresh token. I don't see why we should have two tokens. When using a refresh token to obtain an access token, the server may choose to send a new refresh token together with the access token. This then becomes the new refresh token. The old refresh token is revoked. Server keeps state over all issued refresh tokens so they can be revoked. The number of refresh tokens is limited for a user is limited by the server. Yeah, so I think in my mind, these two things should meld into one. I would have one token for which you can have a limited amount, and that token, in a sense, represents the identity of that client. And then, for example, you cannot use the same token to connect from two different devices. If a request happens and the token has less than 1 hour life, it auto refreshes. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I would like to avoid. I think that it is very annoying, the idea that you can have a fail of that kind, like mid connection. Keep in mind that this is not web. This is a situation where you have a long running TCP connection that you always keep open. So, in a web situation, you could like the same client will do multiple requests, and sometimes you can't even like the only identity that you see is the token, and so you can't even know you receive two requests. You can't even that use the same token, and then you cannot even know if it's the same client in both cases or not. But in this case, it's a long-lived connection. If you're using a token with and you're already in a one open TCP connection, and then another IP wants to connect using the same token, then I'm gonna say no. Actually, you know what? We could even do the thing where you say no, and then you burn also the other token. It's like as retaliation. As in, basically, you say, you know what? I'll assume that this token has been compromised, and I'm gonna burn it. That might be a little bit too extreme, but it's a thing that you can do. What the fuck is a Zig? Zig is a systems programming language. Well, actually, it's a general purpose programming language, but it's a lower level one, so you can use it to make, robust, optimal, and reusable software. That's the idea. And I'm making a Discord alternative with it just to show you how bad Discord is. Because it's like Electron, I would say that it's bad in a few ways. It's inefficient in a few ways if you look at it. As a piece of software, I think that Discord is cool. It has definitely been an upgrade compared to what we had before. But I also think that we can do better than Discord nowadays. Not so sure on burn all logins. Well, no, the idea is this. So you're a user and you have, let's say, a PC and a phone, and you want to connect with both, right? So how does it work? When you do this, you connect via the username and password authentication system, right? The first time you connect from your desktop, you put in your username and password, connect, and you get a new authentication token. From your phone, you do the same. So the phone will get a different authentication token that, in a sense, represents the phone. So whenever the phone connects, it will connect with this token. And whenever the desktop connects, it will connect with its own token. And they never switch tokens. So you can have multiple clients that belong to the same user that connect. But if somebody steals your token and they try to connect or do anything with it while you're on, then I can notice, I can tell, and I can then deny their request, first of all, and then maybe conservatively say, you know what, I'll assume that your device has been compromised, and I'm gonna kill uh, that token. You can associate a token to an IP. Well, yes and no. So depends on what you mean by this. If you just mean a given IP has a given token, uh, phones, for example, change their IP all the time. But you can associate a token to a established TCP connection. If an open TCP connection is using a token, then you can say for sure that another TCP connection cannot do that. And yeah, it's I guess one way of looking at it. In any case, so for me, an access token should be a refresh token essentially, and I think that using the token should also like refresh it. I think that your token basically should stay alive as long as you keep using it, and I don't know, maybe it could rotate occasionally, just in case. Let's see. Format UIDV7. This is funny. So JWT is considered too complicated, but for David, UIDs with their versions are fine. I honestly see these things. After doing this work, I see these things at the same level. Like JWTs are 100%. I don't know. It's essentially marketing for developers. Like JWT is basically a bunch of these things combined together in a way that you don't understand. Chances are that if you're reaching for a JWT, you don't know exactly what you're doing. So you're just like buying a bundle of all these things. And in a sense, UIDs, whatever, are kind of the same idea, just one step below, because it includes an epoch timestamp. When fuck it, then let's do a timestamp. Let's put a timestamp, and I don't know, does it have a randomized part to it? So let's do a timestamp plus a randomizer. We could do that. In any case, the UID is MAC'd, so it's signed using HMAC SHA-256. Okay. Um, so I guess that means that for a given uh, refresh token, according to this design, you know when it is issued, and I mean, it's signed, so they cannot tamper with that information. Key should be rolled in regular intervals by the server. Every 3 hours. Wait, but if I roll the key, then how does that work? Wait, I guess I have to keep around older keys. Like I stop using them to issue tokens, but I keep them around so I can know, um, so I can validate all their refresh tokens. I definitely have to, because if I need to roll the key every 3 hours, and this thing has a TTL of 3 days, then I definitely have to. Oh yeah, key ID. There we go. Server keeps state using a join table, token ID, key ID, user ID. Keys must not be written to the database. Yeah, well, well, where do you keep them? In memory. Hmm. The token is revoked if the issuance date is lower than past the TTL. Yeah. The key is removed, or the token is removed manually. Is revoked manually. Hmm. So, okay. So this key rotation thing, it's an annoying complication that it is tempting to skip. But uh, if I guess the idea is if your server has been compromised at a point in time, and somehow you can tell in which window your server was compromised, then you can log out only the people that were affected. Like you can basically forcefully log out all the people that have been issued a token with one of the keys that are part of the compromised window. You don't have to log out everybody. um hmm. Hey, I've been feeling really stuck in learning Zig. I'm unable to find a proper way. Can you suggest some beginner friendly projects which I can make in Zig to test my current skills? Yes, I can. Daylight, but do one thing for me first. Tell me a little bit more about your experience, as in, are you I don't know, are you in high school? Are you in university? Are you working? How many, if you're working, how many years have you been working? Um, what other languages do you know? What type of stuff do you do? Do you work for a consultancy company? Do you do web stuff otherwise? Do you do embedded? Are you a physicist? I don't know, are you a civil engineer and you just happen to like programming a bunch? Tell me a little bit more about where you're coming from, and that will help me fine tune slightly my reply. Okay, so the key rotation has some advantages, although to be fair, um I don't know, how do I know that people snuck into my server and stole my keys? Because, oh, but you know what? The problem is, yeah, they stole my keys, but also, well, if you know when you generate, regardless of key rotation, if you know the time frame in which during which you were compromised, then you know when all the refresh tokens were generated. Like, you have a timestamp of when the thing was created. Then I think uh you can just invalidate those directly. So you just invalidate those tokens. So I'm not sold on exactly what the key rotation does. Also because I'm not clear exactly on the model of exactly um what we expect an attacker to be able to do, and what we expect ourselves to be able to do in response to an attacker. Anyway, okay. I'm a student. I come from web dev Mern stack. Mern is Mongo, Elixir. No. Is it Mongo, Elixir, Redis Node? Sorry, Nginx? No. The M is MySQL. I don't remember what's Mern. Can you remind me what the acronym is? In any case, I'm also an intern at a company. I've been using Linux in the past 2 years, and I have also attempted doing from scratch in an OC. Cool. Okay. Express. Oh, Mongo Express React Node. Oh, thank you. Um, Mongo Express React Node. I see. Okay. So how do you learn Zig? Um, Starting point. Go to zigland.org. Make sure to read the language reference. You should have scrolled through the language reference once. You don't need to learn everything you know by heart or read everything with the maximum level of detail possible, but you have to have scrolled through. Hey Foxy, hello, how's it going? Pretty good, thank you. Let me finish answering this question, and then I'll show you what I'm doing with the VUI, so you can learn from the master. No, actually, so you can see something. Somebody doing like a very bad job at using the VUI. But I'm saying this because Foxney has an actually good application written with the VUI. We don't yet. In any case, make sure to have read the language reference. Here's a recommendation also. If you are like just getting started and you want an easier life, use a tagged release. Don't use master branch. Use a tagged release. Only consider switching to master branch once you get into the mood, once you're into the vibe, once you know how to do Zig and you're like have projects written in Zig and you just want the latest and greatest, then maybe switch to master, but always start with latest stable. Because there's more documentation for this stuff. This stuff will have things change overnight, and then you will be on your own. So language reference. Then standard library documentation. This thing is good. It tells you what's in the standard library. It's not a bad idea, to take a look at what's available to you a little bit. You can also use the search, obviously, but don't be afraid to read the standard library source code. I know that in other languages you're kind of not supposed to, and that is wrong. That is simply wrong. The idea that you're a software developer and you're not supposed to be able to read the standard library, it's a failure. It's a failure, maybe partially from you. It's definitely a failure of the ecosystem that you're using, I think. But I also think that you shouldn't settle for that. So go read the standard library code. If you are a C++ or Java developer, I understand that you don't want to go and read the standard library code because there's nothing in there for human beings to read. I get it. But that's not the case in Zig. And if you think that this is like, if you think, oh man, this is like, this is the ground truth. And by the way, the standard library docs, this tool is not complete. This is like a POC quality standard library doc tool. So it's not great. We know this. We're going to make it better, but for now, this is not great. And the reason why we're not like, dying to make this better right away, well, first of all, it's because this depends on a few other things that need to be done first. But also because you can always read the source code. And reading the source code is like, it's your superpower. Like once you can read the source code, then you will know the actual truth about everything. So don't be afraid. About projects. So ziglang.org has, in the learn section here near the bottom, some things about online learning resources. So there is one very easy way of getting started is Ziglinks. Like you cannot get you cannot have an easier onboarding experience than Ziglinks. Ziglinks is a repository that contains a bunch of Zig files, where each and every one of them has an error in it. So you you open exercises and hello world here has an error and the comment tells you how to fix it. And there's like 100 of those exercises. So you can, as you do Ziglinks, as you fix one program at a time, you learn more about Zig and more about lower level programming as you do. And they have a nice interface where you just run Zig build and they tell you there's an error in exercise 001, go fix it. And then you fix it, you rerun the build, and then if you did it right, then 001 builds, and then 002 is the one that doesn't build. And so, and then you go, you continue from there. I think that for some people, Ziglinks might become boring a little bit after a while if you already know some of this stuff. There are other learning resources that are useful. So I guess my point is I would consider starting from Ziglinks, but then if it's, if it's the right level of difficulty for you, awesome. If you feel like it's too easy, don't be afraid to switch to something else. It just means that Ziglinks is not for you. So there's Zig Guide. There's this book from Pedro Pack. You can have Zig on Exorcism. This is a blog post from Carl Seguin that some people like. So Zig Guide tells you how to do things. It's kind of based on use cases a little bit more than other materials. So for example, file system tells you, oh, this is how I open a file. This is how I do this. This is how I do that. Pedro Pack has a book also that you can read for free. Learning Zig, as I said, it's a series of blog posts. And so this stuff is good. Then after that, what I would say is, let's see. Can you please also explain a bit about the folder structure of Zig Init because there's a lot of confusion about this. Yes. Here's what I can do. Man, you're asking me all these easy questions. Some people might even think that you're like, you're asking me like you're asking me easy questions on purpose, huh? I'm joking. So I made a video about this. Yeah, a paid actor. Copy. I made a video about how to do build system basics, and I do talk about Zig Init. So I'm gonna send you a link on YouTube, and I'm gonna send one on Twitch. Whoops. So there we go. Check out the video. What else? Okay. I have two more suggestions. One, there are other projects. So this is the starting point. Then after you're done the starting point, you can try your hand at making programs that are a little bit more complicated. I don't know exactly how long this path should be for you. It depends on your life experience. One thing that you can do, for example, is re-implement simple CLI tools from Linux, like re-implement ls, re-implement cat, re-implement, one of those CLI tools. After that, another thing that you can do is look for packaged experiences. So for example, you have this book called Ray Tracing in a Weekend. Ray Tracing in a Weekend is a book that tells you how to write a ray tracer from zero. This one doesn't have examples in Zig. They give you C++ source code, but it's easy to translate. Like it's trivial for you to translate the C++ snippets that they show you to Zig. And for example, I did this a while ago, and I've never written a ray tracer before. So like I had to learn everything as I was doing this. And in fact, if you go to github.com/ChristopheIT, so if you go on my GitHub, you can find you can find Chris. No, sorry, not ChristOS. This is it's Chris RTX. Chris RTX. So this is my. You can see that this is an image generated with the same system, but I tweaked some parameters to kind of make it unique instead of generating the same image that everybody else is generating with the book. So this is my source code of how I did it, and I also have recordings of doing it on YouTube. Similarly, there's another book called Operating System in 1,000 Lines of Code. So this teaches you how to do an OS from scratch. To be clear, by OS we mean a kernel, so a system that basically can run user programs. It doesn't have like a desktop or anything. It's 1,000 lines of code. Okay, so you get what you type. But 1,000 lines is not a lot, so this is really nice, and it teaches you how to do, for example, context switch between a user program and the kernel. Yes. I did this as well. I have it. It's Christ OS. By the way, these silly names were chosen by chat, not by me. So, and I have also the recordings. So I did this one as well. By the way, I'm not the only one who did this. Like you will find other versions of operating system in 1,000 lines for Zig, and you will find also other versions of ray tracing in a weekend made by other people. There's also another one called Crafting Interpreters, right? I think everybody knows about this one. Crafting Interpreters is another book that you can read for free online, I believe. And this one teaches you how to make your own tiny programming language with its own interpreter. And you can do that in Zig as well. So there's plenty of these experiences out there. Find one that interests you and try to follow along. Last suggestion that I have is join a Zig community. So there are online Zig communities that you can join. There's plenty of those. And there is also, I would say, even better, Zig Days. So Zig Days are there are more online communities than Zig Days, and obviously it's easier to join the a Zig Discord server rather than go to an in-person event. But if you happen to live or to get to a place where Zig Days are located, so this is Europe, this is the United States. I don't know. There's one in Japan. Hopefully, one day there will be more also elsewhere. But if you can go to one of these events, this is a way for meeting people in real life that they are doing Zig, and you can spend a day with them. Like Zig Days are like a 1-day social programming event where people meet and work together on stuff. For example, in Nuremberg, Germany, there's going to be one this Saturday. I'm going to go there. And if you want to see what they look like, kinda, for example, these are some photos from the first event. These are all free events, by the way, or well, they don't necessarily have to be free, but they're not conferences. So if the organizer is asking you to pay, you're essentially paying for the cost of the location of the venue. So you should expect to be paying not much. The one in Nuremberg is free. The majority are free. So yeah, try to get to those events, and don't forget about Neurosite. Yeah, you're famous, Neurosite. Don't forget about the community part. That one helps a lot because people can unblock you and motivate you. Hello, Calder. So anyway, Foxney was curious about how does Awebo look like. The answer is it looks like this. This one is red because I had the debug window open, but check this out. I mean, can you even tell that this is not Discord? I think that you almost cannot tell that this is not Discord. LeMail. So different font, yeah. So this is where we at. Right now, the biggest hurdle that we have is we need to design, the infinite scroll with data paging in and out. So that part is going to be hard. And we're working on it. But I think that after that, then the message part is going to be just trivial, just doing the work to crowd messages and whatever. And because on my end, I have the necessity to, so I have 3 layers. I have some messages that I keep in memory, but I need those to be in a ring buffer necessarily, because I need to have a hard limit on how many messages I keep in memory for a channel at any point in time. There might be some flexibility there, but we cannot keep every single message that we know about in memory. Then there's a SQL database on disk that can cache some messages, but clients are not expected to hold the full message history, so that the local cache will not have every single message in it. And we don't want to grow that cache forever. So that one is also meant to only hold a limited amount of messages, and then as you scroll up and down, some messages will need to be fetched from the server. So we have like these 3 layers that have to work well together with the infinite scroll. And when David did the first pass on this stuff, he did not take that into account. So, or at least he did to some degree, but then we never. By the way, at the time I didn't know exactly what things would have to look like on my end, and now I do know. So I was able to tell him that, and that's what prompted the issue on scrolling. Yeah. It feels just slightly wrong. I can't say why. I usually don't appreciate UI designers, but I think at some point the UI will need some polish. Um, yeah, well, I can tell you that it, to some degree, it probably looks wrong because I mean, I didn't put any effort into choosing the right font. Spacing between these things is okay, but I didn't get it right. It actually takes very little. It's very easy to change something and break whatever uh, good aesthetics this already has. So um, don't worry. This definitely needs some time for things to be done precisely. And then when everything is precise and well thought out, then you can appreciate it looking right. That being said, um, we're not aiming for looking like Discord. Just so that we're clear, there will be obviously some resemblance, maybe a lot of resemblance, but we're not aiming for being um, we're not aiming to remove all discomfort of moving away from Discord. So, oh, I'm used to Discord having this thing, or this thing looking this way in Discord. If we decided that's not how we're gonna do it in Awebo, that's not how we're gonna do it in Awebo, and you'll have to suck it up. Let's see. I made it so that if completion is automatically triggered, it will also automatically cancel when there's nothing to complete, which should feel pretty natural. Yeah, I'll try. I mean, I'll fetch it now. I'm reading GitHub issues, but I'll definitely try. What am I doing? Okay, token authentication. So yeah, we'll get there. Is there an additional timestamp / user headline for when enough time passes? Currently, no, but just so that we're clear, all these design work that you're seeing here, I did like yesterday, and um, how can I say? I kind of did that on a whim. So just so that we're not yet at a point where we are like fully designing exactly how this stuff should look like. What I was thinking is we can do this. Alternatively, what we could do is, you know how when you hover, you see here the time. What we could do is make this always visible. So, like, whenever one, like, let's say that this message is not in the same minute as this one, as it actually already is the case. What we could do is have this time always show up. Uh, Actually, I think that this one should be relative to this. So, if this message and this message are not in the same minute, then this one shows its time always, not only when hovering. I don't know. Yeah, we could also do it this way. I guess there are reasons for wanting to do this so that if a same user types a bajillion things, you don't risk having the situation um, where basically you see like a wall of messages and you don't even see who the author is, and so you have to scroll up to see who the author is. That probably would suck. But anyway, so yeah, that's a thing that it makes sense to worry about at some point. So we'll do it. Don't worry. Uh, we need to have scroll working. Also, we have a bunch of memory leaks. We need to fix our memory leaks as well. So we'll get there. Uh, really excited for this project. Yeah, nice. I mean, if by any chance at some point, I would say right now it's a little bit too early, but if by any chance at some point you're willing to spare some of the UI expertise that you have, and some nice visual extra thingy that you put into Pixie and you want to share it with us, you're obviously welcome. By the way, for people who don't know, by the way, I've been showing Pixie a bunch on stream lately because every single time people ask me, what framework are you using for the UI? And I always say, I'm using the UI, but be aware, my thing looks ass. And it's my fault. It's not the UI's fault. And to prove that that is the case, I always show Pixie as an example of, okay, look, you can actually make good looking stuff also in the UI. The reason why my stuff is not good looking is on me. So this is a pixel editor that Foxney makes, and I mean, you can see it looks nice, has animations, and it's it's a normal application that it doesn't feel bad to use. Hopefully, we'll get there also with DVUI. Sorry, with Awebo. Awebo. Also, for the people who don't know what Awebo is, let's do a round so that we can show why this project is called Awebo. Because I think that people need to hear these on a regular basis, otherwise they'll just not know. So why is it called Awebo? Because if you go to YouTube, you search Awebo, and then you click on to do this video, for example. So this bird, it's a ptarmigan. It says Awebo. It has in winter, it has white feathers, but it keeps red eyebrows for some reason, and it just keeps saying Awebo to people. Why is that not the new message notification sound? Because there is no new message notification sound right now. Because right now we don't. Right now we have no sound. We used to have sound. Andrew regressed it, so we need Andrew to fix sound, and then we can start talking about this stuff. So yeah. It's so stupid. Anyway, this is why it's called a Weibo. And by the way, for people who haven't noticed, like look at my prompt. My prompt is an Awebo bird, and whenever a command fails, it's a dead Awebo bird. And you're actually welcome if you want. You can go to the repository, and on the Awebo repository, you can copy this if you want. The idea is that this is open beak saying stuff, and it's also closed beak. Anyway, white bird with comically large red eyebrows. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. For now, we have a Zig logo that we use as the only image asset, but yeah, the idea is to eventually do that. By the way, Carf, thank you for the Prime sub. I don't remember if I thanked you, but thank you very much. Thank you. So now everybody knows. Now you all know why it is called Awebo. Okay, so we were reading this. Generated custom Awebo bird default user icons. I was thinking of eggs as default user icons. I know that Twitter did that first. Actually, I don't know if they were the first ones to do it, but they used to do it. But I mean, it's not a bird site anymore, so whatever. But yeah, I mean, we could do something like that. Let's see. Access token. The access token is short lived, 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. And the server doesn't keep state. Access tokens are obtained using a refresh token. So I suspect that that I think that the reason why David is suggesting this is because this is common and probably makes more sense in a web context where you have like individual requests. But in our case, it's like one long-lived connection. So I really think that basically the refresh token should be the only token that we have. How do you want to do multiplexing for text, sound, video? Quick does support this and has persistent connections even if the IP changes too. Quick sounds like S. I'll tell you what I have for now. Here's what I have. In protocol media, I have my UDP address, my UDP packet, and I'm designing what goes in there. I have before the recent breakages to audio, I had working audio calls over the internet. So I've actually had calls with people on Awebo in the past. So sorry, this has regressed now, and I cannot show it, and you'll have to take my word for it. But I've designed the UDP stuff. So the way it works is that we are doing the thing where once you connect to a voice thing, you start sending audio data compressed with Opus, and and the other side decodes it. So we're gonna do this. A long story short, sorry, to answer your question more seriously, we're not going to adopt any of these as protocols. Our protocols are gonna be TCP and UDP, and then we build stuff on top of them. That being said, it does make sense to have bridges. So, for example, we are going to have a GUI client and a TUI client. And it might be that in the TUI client, we end up not being able to display video. Maybe we will, but maybe we don't. So how will the TUI client? Yeah, I know you can, but whether you can doesn't say whether you should. So it might be that we shouldn't have video in the terminal. If we decided that is the case, then one thing that we can do is have the TUI client provide you with a link so that you can open a voice call with screen sharing, or even just the screen sharing, I don't know, in a browser. For that to work, we'll need to bridge our protocol over Quick or WebRTC or one of those things. But the plan is to not embrace any of these things, especially WebRTC. We are not going to embrace WebRTC at all. Maybe we'll smuggle our protocol on top of WebRTC so that we can play nice with browsers. But that's kind of it. For example, we are most definitely not going to depend on any WebRTC library. They're all horrible. They're like piles of C++ garbage. None of that in Awebo. Everything from scratch. Everything needs to work well. And also, here's the idea. Mark my words, we might fail, but we'll try. We might fail, but we'll definitely try. The goal is to have, so right now, if you want 1080p screen sharing in Discord in your server, you need 7 boosts. That's $35 per month. I want the Awebo server to run on a Hetzner IPv6 only €2.99 machine. 2 vCPUs, 4 gigs of RAM, 40 gigabytes of storage, 20 terabytes of traffic. Hetzner is trash. Okay, Grey Hatter, find me a better offer than this. I triple dog dare you. Find me a better solution than this, a better offer than this one. This has to be the price point. €3, €4, like under $5. I triple dare you. um, in any case, the point is, Discord wants you to pay $35 a month to have 1080p streams. We're aiming for a 10x cost reduction. 10x straight up. $35. You know what? Actually, if we do IPv6 only, so with IPv4, this would be, well, okay, I'm doing a one-to-one translation between dollars and euros. You get what I mean, though. With IPv6 only, we could even go to the second tier. This one has ARM. Actually, you know what? Probably these Ampere machines. I think this machine might actually be pretty good. I mean, this machine, we have briefly uh put our CI on these machines, and it was like suffering hardcore trying to run CI. So like it was taking like 15 minutes to run a CI job that a normal machine can run in 30 seconds. But so these are tuna cans. Like the level of like these are very cheap because also there is no dedicated resources. So like these machines are probably horribly oversubscribed. Where is this page? Hatsner.com cloud prices. Yeah. So like you're living in a very cramped environment. But what if what if this is enough to run a Discord server with 1080p 60 frames per second screen sharing? Also, I'll tell you a secret. I think that the server doesn't even have to do anything. Like the server is not going to transcode video, so the server is just fanning out data. Actually, what matters the most is the included traffic. Like I think that the most valuable thing that these machines offer is that they have 20 terabytes of traffic included, and you will definitely be able to stay under 20 terabytes of traffic every month, even if you do a lot of video streaming. 20 terabytes is a lot, yes, but if you're doing video streaming to multiple people, you can approach this amount. Yeah, I use Scaleway. You can get dedicated boxes for that price. What? I've seen Scaleway the other day. I hated this website, but I wait. Holy shit! Let's see. Oh, this is the old offering for dedicated servers, right? Daddy box. Huh. Oh, Scaleway is French. Oh, never mind. Closing. uh, so, this is fine, but it's 4 gigs, 1 terabyte. So this is all fine. Bandwidth is not a lot. 250 megabytes. French joke and myself. Bandwidth is not a lot. It's only 250 megabytes. Also, oh, why does this guy go down to 200 megabytes and it's 20 euros a month? So 250. Does it have like bandwidth limits? What if you do a 12-month commitment? Oh, only some of them. Don't get anything on this one. I used Scaleway for 5 years and it was great. Then I had another account to launch a business with someone else, non-technical, and they shut down the server with no real warning and deleted everything out of nowhere, all because the second person who was billing only didn't verify the ID. Invoices were paid, card was valid, etc. I see. French moment. Dub. They wouldn't advertise megabytes per second if it was metered. That's fair. That's fair. That being said, 250, it's really not a lot. Megabits. Yeah. It's really not a lot. I mean, it's a quarter of a gigabyte. It works, but you might be bottlenecked for video streams if you have enough people watching the stream, because when the cost of a video stream, it's mostly the fact that you have to fan it out to multiple people. So this one so I would say that this is interesting. This is probably has some interesting stuff going for it, but Hetzner gives you a gigabyte connection with 20 terabytes included, which is a lot. 250 megabytes should be fine for 20 streams or so. Yeah, no, but what I'm going for is the assumption that you're doing a 1080p 60 frames per second stream of you playing a video game. So I'm assuming that you might end up consuming something like I don't know, 5 gigabytes per hour with your stream. Sending it, and then the same amount must be multiplied by whoever is watching it. And so if you do that, then I don't know. You know what? That being said, obviously it depends a lot on what you're streaming. Like if you're streaming, if you're like live coding, then you can probably have a bajillion of those things running on a 250 megabyte connection. Yeah, is there a traffic connection matrix for streaming for end clients with what's currently implemented yet? No, sorry. Right now we only have voice. I've implemented voice. I have not implemented video at all. So we're gonna the timeline is the following. Andrew has taken charge of implementing re-implementing the audio backends natively. So the timeline was that I originally added I depended on port audio on this library here. Oh no, port audio. Then Johnny Marler decided that he didn't like port audio and made a native implementation of our audio backend for Windows. So we are using Wasapi on Windows, but we were still using port audio for Mac and Linux. Then Andrew joined and decided that he didn't like port audio at all. So he instantly, first commit, just delete port audio. But that means that now we have nothing for Linux and macOS. Yeah. And then he's implementing everything from scratch. So we're basically getting rid of all these libraries, and we're just doing manually whatever we need. You're streaming now at 7.5 megabytes, by the way. Yeah, but I'm streaming with like okay, let me see. I'm streaming a low motion video. Like it's not gameplay. I am streaming at I should be streaming at 60 frames per second. Am I doing 60 frames per second, or is Twitch also scamming me out of that? Yeah, okay, I'm doing 60 frames per second at the very least. So and also I have configured my video bitrate to be 3000 kilobytes per second. Like if I look at also, you know what, in my case, to be fair, I'm also streaming on YouTube. So okay, my current stream being sent to Twitch and YouTube according to OBS, is consuming 13,000 kilobytes per second. But I mean, it makes sense. I think it's exactly your number multiplied by 2. So I guess that's fair. Why is Wasapi for Windows instead of ASIO? You know what? I don't know. Why not Mini Audio? I've never used Mini Audio. I think the answer is that we're not going for any of those libraries anymore. Oh, this is the handmade one. Um, yeah, I don't know. I remember that we considered it at some point, but then we ended up using something else. So why Wasapi and not ASIO? I don't know. I think Johnny concluded that Wasapi was better for some reason. I know nothing about Windows APIs. Please, God, allow me to live my entire life, die of old age, and never have to learn any fucking Windows API. Please, please, please. This is like my one wish. I wish to die of old age, never having learned any of these horrible Windows things. Please. um, it looks like Port Audio does support Mac and Windows. It does, yeah, but Johnny wasn't happy with it. So in any case, the point is all those libraries, they provide you an abstraction over what the OS is doing. So there's obviously always a price with that. And I guess that Johnny wanted to be able to do certain things that Port Audio wasn't making easy. So he preferred to do the implementation himself. Keep in mind that when you start to get serious about this stuff, you kind of always want to do this because then you can control stuff like heap allocation. Those libraries usually tend to be pretty liberal with using the heap, spawning threads, doing problematic stuff all over the place. And if you want to avoid those things, like if you know that you can avoid those things, then you will want to use the lower level API. That tends to be a recurring theme when you're doing lower level programming with Zig, because you realize that other ecosystems, including C and obviously also C++, they tend to be pretty lax with their uh, usage of malloc. Not only that, also now that we're doing async IO in Zig, you need to be carefully integrating with C libraries that do audio, that do real time stuff, because you need to coordinate with whatever they're doing. So a native Zig implementation can do that more easily. It is still possible to get this stuff happening with uh, um, well, even when using a C library, but you need to be careful. So I didn't finish explaining what Andrew is doing. So Andrew right now is working on a Pulse Audio in backend for Linux. So for now, we're going with Pulse Audio on Linux. So that means that, well, if you have Pulse Audio, great. If you have Pipewire, you're good because Pipewire speaks Pulse Audio. I don't know, if you don't have either, if you have like Jack, you'll have to get a package that has Pulse Audio support. And for Linux, for macOS, we're gonna just have to write just gonna have to use Core Audio or whatever Apple offers. Create a dashboard, Stream Manager. I mean, I'm in the Stream Manager, but I think that you can right click on my video stream and see some stats if you want, right? Let's see. Video stats. Like you can see which codec I'm using, etc. Mm. To be honest, the whole IO stuff will need extensive documentation because it's deeply unintuitive, at least in my opinion. Well, yeah, we'll need docs. Keep in mind that this stuff is not complete. Like I've seen some people complain that IO doesn't have documentation, but first of all, the new IO stuff is in the unstable branch, so it's not in a tagged release. So, you know, if you're tracking untagged releases, it's on you to understand what's going on, and you cannot be expected to be spoon fed documentation, especially because we don't know how IO works. We're in the process of making it happen, so we don't know yet even how that is supposed to work. Can you make a Twitch command with the GitHub link? Flow Zero, I can't because it's not on GitHub. It's on Codeberg. Here's the link: codeberg.org. Awebo chat. Awebo. Okay, let's continue with the authentication stuff, I guess. So Andrew is the full timeline is Andrew is doing Pulse audio. Then once he's done with that, we're gonna have voice calls working again. Probably all the control plane code paths related to voice calls have bit rotted, probably. So I'm gonna need to refix them. Then after that, we're going to be able to have voice calls on Awebo. So the plan is going at that point to deploy one Awebo instance that we can use as developers to chat while we develop Awebo. So that's going to be fun. And so it's not going to be a real Awebo, server yet. Not enough to truly switch to it. But at least it's going to be something that we can use to have voice calls. And then if in the meantime we also make enough progress with messages, then we can also use it for chatting. But the idea is to use it for like ephemeral chatting. So the expectation is that sometimes we reset it. Sometimes I don't know, the database gets corrupted, whatever. We don't migrate it and we just clean it, reset it, rebuild it from scratch if we change some stuff. So the idea is to keep serious communication on Codeberg as it should be, but at least that way we will be able to chat. Because here's the funny thing: some of us are on Discord, but not all of us are on Discord. So some of us, we currently don't have a centralized place where to talk about Awebo development other than the issue tracker, and well, I mean, you can understand how I'm making these things, so I don't want to set up another like Zulip or God forbid a Matrix server for Awebo. What do you plan to use for voice chat rooms? Native implementation? Yes, I've already implemented it. It's currently not working because the other stuff is not working, but this is all implemented from scratch. I'm designing my own UDP packets, and it actually doesn't require a lot of design to get something working. It's pretty trivial, but we're doing everything ourselves. Here's also a thing that we're doing that Discord doesn't do. As I understand, I believe that Discord sends you notifications that somebody is speaking over TCP. So you have in Discord, you have voice going over UDP, but then whenever you see somebody's, avatar light up, that is information that comes over TCP. So what can happen is that those two things can get out of sync. I think you might have seen it. I think we might have all seen it, that occasionally you have somebody that is speaking, but they don't light up, and then they light up, but they're not speaking because there was some weirdness in the network. I've implemented it correctly instead on my end. I'm using UDP information to light speakers up. My own goes out of sync on my own client. Awesome. Yes. So my plan is to do the unthinkable. And my plan, I've already done it. It's we have this. So I can show you the code. Again, this code is not currently wired, so it might not be working, but we have this concept in client media. We have somewhere speaking, maybe. We have somewhere some code that looks that computes the intensity of a sample, and it uses that to decide if that audio is intense enough to consider it the person talking. But I don't know where I put this information, where I put this logic. Um, I guess we want to find places where we are generating this caller speaking event. So where are we generating caller speaking events? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's commented out code. So here's the code. Basically, we receive those messages. We receive, okay, we look at the power. So core media receive used to compute also the power. Um, I mean, I call it power, but it's like I forget the official name for this calculation, but it's basically how noisy is a given set of samples, and if we were past a given threshold, then we would basically say that the caller was speaking, and that would keep them in a speaking state for like I don't know, a second or two. That's the idea. So it's commented out. Anyway, do you send all voice despite intensity, or will there be a way to say if under XDB don't send? Um, that is a client side option. So long story short, we don't have a noise gate currently, but the idea is yes to have a noise gate. And you're right. Once we do have a client side noise gate, then this computation will not be necessary. Like at this point, we won't have to look at the intensity of the noise to decide if somebody is speaking or not, but we'll say that if they are just sending us data, then they're on in a sense, even if they're not saying anything. But yeah, this was like, but I don't have a noise gate filter right now. So, or rather, when I had this code working, I didn't have a noise gate filter, and so that's how I made it work. That's how I made it so that people wouldn't always be, on all the time, so that the feature could actually work. Okay, let's see. Access tokens are short-lived. You obtain them using a refresh token. The format is timestamp user ID plus signature. User ID is the ID of the user the token is scoped to. Question: do we consider the user ID sensitive information if we assume a secure channel? No, we shouldn't. Do we want the ability to scope a token to a specific resource? I don't think we need that. As for the refresh token, we want rolling keys. Timestamp and MAC might be truncated due to the short TTL. We don't need to decode to encode an issuer. Yeah. I also looked into a different signature thing, but it was lower. Okay. I don't have strong opinions on that. Okay, security considerations. Token stealing. An attacker capable of obtaining The token is capable of authenticating as the user the token belongs to. This is almost equivalent to obtaining the password and means game over. Um, yeah. Let's see, key rolling. Somebody capable of cloning the database could obtain the secret keys used to calculate max. Therefore, keys should be rolled regularly to prevent such an attacker from generating arbitrary proofs. Another mitigation is the internal mapping from key IDs to keys or refresh tokens. Even if an attacker would be able to obtain the keys, if a self-issued token would be useless without also editing the live database. Hmm. Let's see. If Awebo wants to support multiple authentication methods and second factors, we need some way to authenticate requests that is opaque to the user. Let's see. Discord has some documentation on how they secure their endpoints. I think we don't want to do OAuth. Like, OAuth to me, I mean, it's fine, but let's see. There is no distinction between authorization server and resource server. Both is stored in the same DB, managed by the same server. Yeah, I think in our case that's how it is. Making a distinction between refresh and access token probably doesn't make sense. Yes, that was my point. Yeah. Yep. Um, yep. As long as the TTL for a token is comparatively small, then the keys are rotated. This is still better than always using a username plus password combination. When using one token, the server could at some point decide to generate a new token. This token would then be sent back to with a server response to the client without prior notification. Or we use signature instead. Okay, I'm gonna take a extremely quick bathroom break, and then we're gonna read more than what David has to say. I think that I had at this point, I agree fully. Like in my mind, that's kind of the case. He still wants to keep. He still wants to make these things. Um. Um. Expire fairly quickly. In any case, yeah, quick bathroom break, and then we read the rest because there's more to this story. So no spoilers. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Let's see what are people saying. All calling makes sense if the server creating the tokens and the server validating are actually different. Hmm. Uh, Let's see. Another maybe better approach as a replacement for the fresh tokens would be to generate public private keys. On login, the public key is sent to the server, which stores it on successful login. The client can then sign requests using the private key, which must include a nonce to prevent replay attacks. The only disadvantage is that the server must keep a list of used nonces. Uh, Exchange assumes a secure channel, while the public key is useless for an attacker. Someone who can intercept the traffic could replace the public key with their own. Yeah, okay, they can met in the middle you, of course. Um, you wouldn't do that. Yeah, but then how do you recognize a replay attack? I guess you could say that the server. So the way you could make it work is that the server asks the client to send a message that contains, the current date. As in, the server says, the current date is X. Sign this for me. And so you kind of have the date acts as a nonce. But then you have two problems, I guess. One is that if the server admin inadvertently pulls back the date, um, or inadvertently, like mindlessly pulls back the date, then they open themselves for this kind of problem. And they didn't know that changing the time was this dangerous. Also, you have, I don't know, you have potentially an NTP sync that pulls back the time enough. I guess what you could do is just use a monotonic clock. So but no, even then, no reason to use time there. Just a random value. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can use a random value. Just a random value that is big enough and very low chances that you stumble upon the same twice. Yeah, true, true. That being said, though, it's one more round trip. But yes. Okay, so this is the whole explanation of the public-private keys. I think that we don't need public-private keys. Can you link that thread? I mean, sure, I can, but just so you know, it's the Awebo repo, and then we have an issue for token authentication, just like we have issues for other things. So, like, get used to our add it to your favorites, set it as your homepage. Site can't be reached. Turns out they actually can. Yeah, it's in Awebo. Well, Any interest in using MTLS? I don't know what's MTLS. What's MTLS? Mutual transport layer security. To authenticate each other using digital certificates before establishing. Okay, so MTLS, it's TLS but without server and client. Um, okay. So are you suggesting this? So you're okay. So you're suggesting this because when you say MTLS, you're saying that this would be both transport layer security, but it would also be um, a way of authenticating the client at the same time. Did I get this right? That's correct. Okay. How do you do it though for the first time, for example? Like when you're connecting for the first time, you cannot do MTLS because, or actually maybe you can. I don't know. So like how would the first you have a username and password on a new machine? Uh, how does that play out? I will say that at first sight, my impression is that the token approach seems to be closer to what I want. That being said, if you piggyback TLS, that might be good in terms of I don't know, lowering the amount of communication necessary. But at the same time, once you have the token, you're just sending the token once. Hmm. I'm gonna type out my message in the meantime, but I'm looking forward to hear if there is like if I'm missing something. Yeah, if I'm missing something. There wouldn't be an MTLS. There wouldn't be MTLS on a fresh login. Okay, so that would have to be normal TLS. And when a user logs in, if it's approved, they want to save the device. After successful login, the client would send the server a key signing request. The server would sign it and return it to the client, and the client would save it the same way that it would save anything else. Okay. Okay, so it's kind of what David was suggesting with the key workflow, except that I didn't read all the details in here. I'm assuming that he did not talk about MTLS, but you're suggesting to basically have the private public key stuff integrate with TLS. You get a bonus that once you have a signed certificate, you could connect to a different peer server and you wouldn't have to do any token exchange. Right. Okay, so tell me what you don't like about this idea. My original idea is you authenticate with username and password. That makes the server generate a new token for you. But that token is essentially it's essentially a identity of your client. So it's stored in a database. Only one connection can use it at a time. To make it so that we don't mistakenly assume that you're being able. So there's also the problem that maybe you have a spotty connection, so you lose the connection. We don't realize that the connection dropped on our end, So you try to reconnect again with the same thing. So to make sure that we don't like mistakenly assume that your reconnection attempt is a different client, uh, we have like, you know, some kind of like session ID. So it's like a session nonce. Your session nonce is set by the client when it connects. And so a reconnection attempt with the same token and the same nonce is considered the same client trying to reconnect. So it just makes us close the previous connection and accept the new one. Um, you should store session nonces. Um, yes. In this case, I would store session nonces because yeah, because I would need that. Yes. You don't need to store the token, but you should. No, I want, because I also want to limit the number of tokens that I generate. Like we can say that a user can only have up to, I don't know, 8 devices connected to the server. Because the idea is also that we probably want to save some per client, not per user, but per client state in the server. Yeah, the nonce is so that we can recognize when it's the same client that is trying to reconnect versus somebody else. And the idea is that the client doesn't save that on disk. I guess we'd have to think about it. What if the application crashes though? Right. You know what? Maybe this nonce idea is not fully sound. Maybe it's a little bit more complicated than this. Hmm. Hmm. By the way, do you know if we can do mutual TLS with what we have in the Zig standard library right now? We don't have it. Hmm. Yeah, I think that there is an interest for this. A while ago, actually, maybe it was even 2 years ago, definitely more than 1 year ago, Tiger Beetle was interested in having mutual TLS, MTLS. I forgot about it, but like what MTLS was. But I now I'm starting to remember that Tiger Beetle wanted it. They were even interested in paying for having the feature developed and merged in the Zig library, but. And I remember that they were more specifically they were interested in having Frank do the work, but Frank was not available at the time. It's an easy enough fix once you have a server TLS implementation. Yeah, how about that? That's exactly what we're missing, right? Unfortunate. Hmm. How are you planning to authenticate the audio video streams? Um, it currently works like this. So, by the way, currently we have no transport layer security whatsoever. The status quo is this: no TLS of any kind. Then the way it currently works is, if we go in media, is that you I think we start from client, maybe protocol client. you send a request. You send a request to join a call. Then, and you essentially only specify the channel ID, the voice channel that you want to join. Then the server says, um, either says no, or if it says yes, it says, this is how it works currently. It says, okay, so for this voice channel, this is like a smaller ID. Man, this is an I-96. Okay. So this is some kind of ID that represents the TCP connection. And then this is a one-time value that you should use to show that you are who you say you are over to UDP, because basically you receive this over TCP. Then after you receive this information, you send a UDP packet. Now we have the problem that the client needs to open a UDP port. So the client needs to send a UDP packet to the server. Which is the open stream packet, which contains the TCP client ID that we were mentioning earlier, which is, I mean, this number keeps changing. I don't know why we keep changing the value of this number. Oh, you know what? No, I remember. So these values originally were all like, I believe, 32 bits. I changed them recently because I was changing unrelated code and I just wanted to make this stuff compiled. So never mind how big these values are. This is currently noise. But it also contains your like magic number, the nonce. So the idea is you send this packet to the server. This makes sure that now the server can send you UDP packets over to that port. It confirms to the server that the client who's sending UDP packets from that given address is who they claim they are, because your like one-time password matches. And then after that, we start sending normal UDP packets with data in them. Which I guess is represented by the extern struct. I think it's a mistake to bind network sessions to authentication sessions. The server might want to verify the authentication token is valid before creating a new session, but you should use session IDs and not authentication tokens as a session ID. I don't understand, sorry, what you're saying. The server might want to verify the authentication token is valid before creating a new session. None of this is, I don't know what you mean by authentication token. If you mean the token that we were talking about earlier. Oh, sorry. Are you talking about the media stuff at all? I don't even know if you're talking about the media stuff at all. So in any case, the idea is, Antonio, comment. Okay. Oh, the reconnection session. Okay. So long story short, basically everything starts for media stuff. So I'm answering DaxDev. So everything starts from the TCP connection. The TCP connection needs to give you some kind of unique identifier, some kind of secret that only this client knows, that then they can repeat over UDP, and that has two roles. One, the client has to be the first one to send a UDP packet so that the server can then reply. Because if the server, well, first of all, the server wouldn't even know to which port to send the UDP packet to. But also, I guess the client could open it and then tell the server. But even if you do that, if you have anything, if you have a router in the middle, the router is not going to let those packets through. unless it's being told that's what's going on. So if you instead have the client send the first UDP packet, then then all the things on the network will assume that there's an open UDP session on that port. So they will now start letting stuff through. So the client sends the first packet, server receives it, checks the secret to see that uh, this UDP request comes from unknown a client that they know, and not some random um, server on the internet, some random computer on the internet, and then communication keeps happening over UDP. Um, Obviously, UDP connection, also UDP communication needs to be encrypted. I don't know how that should work though. I don't know how UDP communication should be encrypted. It definitely needs to be. You can probably somewhat piggyback on what you're doing over TCP. But how that should work precisely, I don't know. TLS still. Yeah, but I think it cannot work the same exact way, right? It's more complicated because this thing needs to be needs to survive packet loss, for example. So I'm guessing the techniques have to be slightly different. So we're gonna have to have that for sure. DTLS. MTLS, DTLS, Poop TLS, RFC 9221. Why is it saying site can be reached every single time and then it actually shows up? What the heck? Yeah, there's so many TLSs. An unreliable datagram extension to Quick. Oh man, fuck Quick. I mean, I get it, that's your fetish, but man, I don't know. I don't want to read anything related to Quick. Sorry. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll want to read that stuff at some point, but for now I'm good. So we're gonna have to encrypt that as well, and then I want to do this. I want to also do I would like to see if we can do end-to-end encryption for audio and video. So that would be an extra encryption level. The idea, like a layer. So you need to have transport encryption. Actually, if you, I guess you kind of need to do both. I don't think that you can do Dave without an outer layer of encryption. So I guess the idea is to do both. And that's it. You don't need transport layer encryption if you have end-to-end. Yeah, but this is a particular kind of end-to-end because this is end-to-end for people in a group call. And this is an end-to-end thing where somebody new joins the voice channel and they also get to join the end-to-end encryption. So I think you might not want to have whatever communication has to happen to set up the end-to-end with this new person in. You don't want that to be not encrypted. If there is any. You know what? I actually don't know how it works. Maybe it's fine. Or you know what? Maybe whatever this other communication has to be happens over TCP. So if that happens over TCP, then never mind. Like we're gonna be good. Yeah, maybe you know what? Maybe this is the thing. Although you know what, I would also say that I don't think every single channel should be like this. I think that you should have the option of creating voice channels that have this on, but I don't think that all channels should necessarily have this on. I don't know yet exactly what is the cost of running this thing. But for example, if it starts being taxing on the connection, or if it has some other like secondary side effect, maybe this is something that limits the amount of participants to, I don't know, 20, and then it starts becoming intractable to have to add more clients to this setup. I'm making this up. I have no idea if that is the case, but if it is, then we definitely want to have channels that have this on and channels that don't, which means that um, we might still need to have something else. Creating a turnkey user experience. If you're using UDP for AV because you're able to tolerate your max reliability, but you need a way to set up Handshake correctly, then using this extension is a good way to use something off the shelf that you know will work. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see once we get there. Hey, Ethernet cable, check this out. Have you seen? Have you seen ignore this red outline? This is from the debugging tool. By the way, this button now is useful. There's a new chat menu that does nothing. So don't press the button. Don't press this button. It doesn't do anything for now. We used to have the ability to create new chat channels. Just that I never upgraded it. So for now, this is wired to nothing. But you can toggle the DVUI debug window, and then you can look. I have the CSS inspector. Uh, anyway, so it's in here. And yeah, check this out. We render messages. We highlight them. Like, look. There's also the time in here that shows up. How do you even know that I'm not showing Discord to you? Like, let me do this. Oh, I can't hide the top part. Oh, I mean, how do you know that this is not Discord? I'll tell you how you can know that this is not Discord. If you open HTOP, maybe I should open it in something bigger. But if you open HTOP, and you don't see Discord at the very top burning all the CPU, then that's how you know it's not Discord. But if you don't open HTOP, yeah. Oh man. I would just do full end-to-end encryption everywhere and just share keys for public channels. But why? Ah, man. So doing end-to-end encryption everywhere, how does that work? Like, does that mean that then the server cannot see those messages? or rather, no, sorry, it can store them, but then it needs to store a copy of each message per user that has access to that channel. How does that work? And just share keys for public channels. Oh, I thought we were talking about media streams. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're talking about media streams. Okay, sorry. Enter the encryption everywhere and just share keys for public channels. Well, so if we're talking about media, so for now we only have public channels. Like one-to-one calls don't exist currently. One-to-one calls are essentially the same as direct messages, so we're not implementing them at this moment. So you're suggesting to do the Dave thing in all voice channels. If you want me to actually audit the cryptographic principles of that comment, I can do that too. But I've read it a few times now, and the protocol seems sound but overly complicated. Oh, you're talking about? Are you talking about this one? The the last comment? Why moved from GitHub? Because GitHub bad. GitHub break and annoy. AI, Copilot, agents everywhere. Codeberg much better. GitHub is just annoying, man. That it's just that. So also, it's not like I really moved because I never published Awebo on GitHub. By the way, we have a mirror on GitHub if you really are interested. But this is a project that I open for collaboration pretty much exclusively on Codeberg. So yeah, I have other stuff on GitHub. They're adding it to the contributors list, of course. Oh man. So Gray Actor, sorry. I'm trying to understand I'm trying to understand what you said here. Like what were you referring to? Were you referring to this last comment from David? Were you referring to something else? To Dave? Dave Lib repo C++. Hell yeah. I much rather have a simple system with fewer properties and just say we trust the server to manage tokens and not get tricked. Are we changing protocol stuff? No, well, what we're doing right now is um evaluating alternative authentication methods, uh alternative methods other than username and password. So um that's what this issue is about. I mean, you can go read it. Yeah. I'm replying to. Okay, understood. So give me a sec. I'm gonna get a cup of tea and I'm gonna continue. No. Okay. You know what? I was about to say, I don't think we have a reason to add the concept of resources to a token, but actually, maybe we do. Maybe we could have, AV only tokens that you use that are like extremely short lived, and we only use them whenever you want to open a voice call in your browser. Hmm. I still think binding the AV session to the out session needlessly links the two. That makes a decision that would be very hard to unwind in the future. Would it? I mean, we don't have a lot of stuff, so you just code it differently. But for the cost of a bit of state, you make two systems independent of each other when they don't need to be. Um, well, how would you design it then otherwise? What if you decide for some reason that you need to replace your stateful tokens with stateless tokens and you can't do that if AV depends on your internal state token? Okay, Grey Hatter, here's my suggestion. Open an issue, open another issue uh, where you talk about, open an issue dedicated to um, the AV workflow stuff. Yeah. Take your time if you need to read more about that. Also, what I have is not fully complete. It's like what we current like the current implementation was just me doing the basic necessary stuff to make it kind of work. Um, and I deleted my Codeberg account. God damn it, man! Why? Then, if you have comments that you want type and that you want to type up, if you know any of my email accounts, you can email that to me. I would be happy to read them and repropose them on a GitHub issue to some degree. But obviously, if you want to participate in the discussion, then you need to have an account, man. Mm, so I'm interested in that being said, I am interested in trying to understand what you mean here. I'll give you some facts that maybe might or might not have an impact on the way you look at this thing. So you need to be aware that a client might or might not have permission to access a channel, a voice channel, either because they don't even see it, it's a private, well, it's a secret voice channel and they don't see it. So even if they, guess the channel ID, they shouldn't be able to uh, access it. Then number two, they might see it, but they might have no permission to join it. Number three, they might join but not have permission to speak. Number four, um, the server needs to know that whoever is opening the UDP connection is a user of the server, and um, the server also needs to know that the client is alive. With the current setup, I don't remember exactly how much of this is already implemented, but with the current setup, we use the TCP connection to know if the client is alive. Because on the UDP connection, you just send packets and you don't know for sure if the client is alive. The client could send, heartbeats, sure. But I mean, they're that's essentially what they're already doing over the TCP connection. So we are kind of reusing that. Then um, then what else? There's a few things that should stay in sync. For example, if you get kicked out of a channel, somebody drags you into another channel, that's both state that you a state update that gets sent over TCP, and that also reflects into how UDP, into what data you receive from UDP. Um, well, I think this is it for now. Codeberg was weaponizing their AI stuff against other sites. Oh, yeah, no, I remember vaguely. I don't remember the details. I remember that you were critical of Codeberg and the others were telling you to tone it down. Sorry, I don't have a strong opinion in either way. Like, I read the discussion and I said, I don't know. If this is for all channels or just AV channels, does the whole system have to be trustless? Or can we trust the server to always behave? No, you should expect the server to not be malicious. Although, well, no, you shouldn't expect the server to be malicious. Although, maybe I guess I don't understand precisely what you're hinting at. But I guess the client has a thing where if the client doesn't believe to be in a voice call, it will drop any audio packets that it receives over UDP, for example. So the client has its own internal state that it believes. Um, so, for example, maybe this gets to what you're trying to say. Um, if a modified server tries to connect you out of thin air into a voice channel, the client will not play along. That is already implemented. And that is definitely a key feature. Like, so long story short, so maybe I should change my answer. So the server is not too malicious, generally speaking, but obviously the server shouldn't be able to pull you into a voice call that you never attempted to join. Or rather, sorry, if the server attempts, the client shouldn't allow it. So currently, the client trusts its own state when it comes to voice calls, not whatever the server says it is. Oh, but for dragging someone into other channels. Yeah, I see. So the way it works is that the way it works currently is that the client knows if it has an intent to be in a voice call or not. So if the user pressed a join button in a voice channel, then the client will say, okay, the user has expressed an intent to be in a voice channel. So now if we are being told to join a voice channel, we start receiving audio, then we play along. But then if the user presses leave channel, then the user there's there's like a variable or like a I think it's an optional variable. Then we don't have the intent anymore, and so anything that the server says, we just don't trust. Client that expresses the intent to be in a voice call, but this is in the server. We have a screen share intent. Update compare intent connecting. Yeah. AC status. Active call. Oh yeah. Active call has a status. Intent connecting, connected, disconnected. Okay, so after you are in a voice call, then if the server says that you switched channel, like the server has the power to switch your channel. And that could be because you were dragged or I don't know, whatever reason. Good evening from the West Coast. Hello, Power User 64. Uh, Tofu, trust on first use. So, yeah. Greater, if you want my recommendation, don't hold too much of a grudge about whatever is going on with Codeberg. I suspect that for your life, they're essentially mostly, if not entirely, almost inconsequential. Just have your account, don't interact with anybody. And if you want to participate in a discussion like this one in Awebo, then do so. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say, but it's unrealistic to how can I say to be able to make this happen if you cannot participate in discussions. Again, we can chat while I'm on stream, but um, the only way to not forget stuff is to write it down in issues. And I mean, writing stuff in issues, it's already. I'm gonna forget what's in issues already. So, man, I'm definitely going to forget what we talk about on stream. So, I guess my point is, um, make sure you think your priorities through, and generally speaking, don't have a situation that made you mad be the thing that you put at the top. Maybe you don't care about enough Awebo to change that, so that's perfectly fine, whatever. But like, don't deny yourself this experience if you think it's valuable just because you got mad at the people at Goldberg. That's it. Um, One day we'll be able to have development discussions about Awebo on Awebo, so that way you won't need. Well, I was about to say you won't need a Codeberg account. That being said, I would still prefer to have serious parts of the discussion happen on the issue tracker, just so that the discussion can be somewhat ordered. Okay, did I nuke my text box with comments? No, I did not. Ooh. So let's see. Well, I don't think we have a reason to add the concept of resources to tokens. for now, at least. One thing we can do is gate certain things behind password uh, request. In this sense, um, users can post slash user can chat with a normal token authenticated connection, but if they want to change their but if they want to manage devices, for example, for example, in this case, in this case, uh, losing, well, getting a token stolen is not great. That's not full game over either. Yeah, well, I think that the idea is that it it entirely depends on what it is that you allow people to do with that token. Yeah, because you now you have one thing more that you can play with. So, like, I guess my point is that I do think that if you show users um, the existing tokens and you allow them to manage them, then there's obviously a risk of the thing getting stolen and bad consequences that come from it. But like, by the other side, but like, what do you gain by resetting them too often? There's also the thing where you can show a notification, right? Whenever a new token is generated. Uh, Similarly, if we consider tokens um, device identities, then we can do the thing where um, we show notification whenever a new one is created. Um, okay, do I have any comment about server state being stolen? Somebody steals the server. What do we do now? Um, I mean, I don't know. Okay, the part where somebody steals the server, man, that is kind of game over in my opinion. Uh, Also, there's one thing that David did not explain. If you are not storing the keys in the database, uh, where the fuck do you put them? Where do you put them? Yeah, of course, right. There's like multiple ways in which this can play out, right? But client said, no. I think this was about keys for generating refresh tokens. He was saying, don't store K in the database, but he never said where I'm supposed to put it. Then I guess would that be DOS stuff, like the operating system keychain thing? Hmm. Um, in .env. Yes. uh, well, I mean, okay, I'm gonna delete the sentence. Um, so what about the other one? Key exchange. Key exchange. Key exchange. Key exchange. This issue narrowly focus should have an exclusive one-way dependency on the server integrity. Hmm. Hmm. Um. Huh. There is. I mean, there is also another thing that maybe relates to this vaguely. I mean, in the sense, if we start pulling in the mix also um, transport layer security, which I was wondering. So we want actually we definitely want at some point to have a web presence. We want Awebo to have the ability to, for example, show certain channels publicly on the internet if you want. Um, so that means that, and that plus the fact that we would want Awebo also to uh, generate RSS feeds and consume RSS feeds um, for announcements, for announcement channels, for example. So that kinda tends to mean that you need to get a Let's Encrypt certificate. So what I was thinking is if we could use the Let's Encrypt certificate also to be the server key for the TCP stuff, would that be able to work with mutual TLS? It would still be able to work, right? Because you use that uh, key pair, the Let's Encrypt key pair, as the server identity, and then the client makes up their own identity. Oh, but I now understand the point. The key difference between having client side private public keys versus tokens is that basically with a token you're essentially giving in quotes to the server also the private key, because whoever steals that token will be able to claim to be a given client. But if you do public private key stuff between client and server, if somebody steals your public key, they still cannot claim to be you. So, like the server, so you cannot steal user identities from the server. You can only steal user identities by stealing them from the client. You could, though, um, I don't know, like replace fake a client identity, like a client public key in the server, like you put it there if you can write, and now you have control over that. But yeah, okay, I get it. It's like it seems that public private key stuff is significantly better than in this case. Yeah, it's impossible to steal from the server. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. And then if you can use this for TLS, that's like a good combo. Okay, it's starting to come to me. With an initial cover that you could steal the client signing master key from the server. Yeah. Okay. TLS plus additional encryption of or signature. I think that I think that what Grey Hatter was saying with MTLS is what I'm thinking of. You can also have a signed session token that has a session ID and only save the session ID on the server, never the full token. A signed session token. The client would give the token to the server could validate it and then delete it, trusting that network session. But I mean, isn't that essentially kinda what MTLS would do if we have an MTLS setup? Like, because if we're doing MTLS, that's essentially what's happening, right? The server can validate, can test that the client has the private key for a public key that we know because we keep it in the database that belongs to this user, and and at that point we establish the connection. So I'm not clear where this would come in. Hmm. Can we put the username or some ID that every request contains inside the access token? Do the authentication against signed token. What I was saying is, I'm not entirely clear about these, when this would happen, like how this would play out, because my understanding was that if we are doing MTLS using a client side key that the server has previously signed, which the server also remembers, then I'm assuming that establishing the MTLS connection is essentially performing something comparable to this. Um, Sorry, I should say this. Something comparable to this without having us to do that explicitly. So in that case, I'm guessing what you're suggesting is that this would be without MTLS. Yeah. Honestly, this whole thing, if we can do the TLS stuff, and that is at the same time um, the client authentication, that is great. That would mean that we save that we save some communication. So that means faster reconnections, for example. Mhm. Um, Wait, does the server remember the user public key? If you sign the public key, then I don't know how MTLS works. So I guess that's something. Okay, that's optional. So that would mean that the client can send their public key to the server. Oh, right. The yeah, the client has to send the public key to the server, of course, for this stuff to work. Do you know how server signing works? Vaguely. So that means that the server doesn't even have to store that. Ah, that is cool. But but um, the problem is if we don't store, if we just trust our signature, then it means that on the server side we need to store a list of like revoke keys that we signed but that we don't like anymore. So I mean, we might as well just store the keys that we do like, I think. So what I'm thinking is that we store public keys in the server, um, essentially as uh, a revocation list would be shorter than a signed list, sure. But these servers are not going to be gigantic. Like these are all self-hosted servers, and storing those in the server, that means that we can use them as a list of connected devices. So you as a user can say, "Oh, look, I have my old phone listed here, delete it," or I gave my laptop to my cousin, let's log it out remotely by essentially deleting that entry from the database. I think that is, in this context, is superior than signing. At this point, I think that you don't even need to sign the key that the client sends you. You just need to remember it. We will not be able to scale, man, dude. It's self-hosted. You're hosting one server for you and your friends. You're not setting up a new Discord incorporated. Don't worry. For not storing keys. If we do an ACDH exchange, we can put X and Y component inside the JWT itself. We calculate share secret and the HMAX sign on the generated secret. Server doesn't remember anything in this case. But I want to have a window where it shows me all the other devices that belong to my account that are authenticated with the server, and I want to be able to delete them. Hey, thank you, Armagedonium. Thank you for the tier 1 subs. Thank you. Do, 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 do. So let's see. On success, the server remembers the given public key. The server remembers the given public key. Well, the server stores the client's public key, which essentially becomes a device identifier similar to how I described it above. Client receives confirmation, and then either. So this has to happen in a TLS context. In a TLS protected connection, let's assume that the server has a let's encrypt certificate, or that the client does trust on first use. Doing unsigned MTLS, that way will make people who want to use your TLS libraries very angry. It only works because you'll be able to control, modify, inspect the. Oh, okay. So you're saying that the signing is part of making the MTLS work. Okay. Think of okay, which includes authentication confirmation, which includes server signature and saves it. Now here's the question. Um, then maybe this means that the server should not be using the Let's Encrypt uh, key to sign this because the Let's Encrypt key is going to change. It's going to expire. So maybe you want to use a different thing. Thank you. So here's the next question. If we are inside a TLS connection, oh, maybe, okay, so can we do the pro move? The pro move would be we're currently in a TLS connection. Can we now take this TLS connection and point blank turn it into an MTLS connection? Or do we need to establish a new connection like losers? Do you set up a CA for this? No. Or rather, it's like basically the idea is that the first TLS connection that you set up, we have like we do web let's encrypt stuff, and then with this we set up MTLS with keys. We would just random private keys. Technically, yes. Okay. So what about two factor? What about two factor authentication? Burr, 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 burr. I don't know about that. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this time it really does not want to connect. What the fuck? gr.ht. That's not a real domain. You're lying. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my internet now. Um yeah, it's broken. I think you have a good internet. They gave me a broken one. I don't know. So what about two-factor authentication? On one end, I think that it's, I mean, not bad to have. On the other, here's the question: how does our two-factor authentication? How would two-factor authentication work? Because um, basically, who self-hosts a server would have to set that up. So also, I suspect that doing two-factor authentication is a express train towards OAuth, which is boring and annoying. So, can you do two-factor authentication without OAuth? I suspect that chances are that no, you can't. You can. Well, sorry, maybe I should rephrase my question. Um, Fun fact: OAuth doesn't count as two-factor authentication, does it not? Okay, so let me think about it for a second. So I guess there are some that we could manage ourselves. For example, the magic number on your phone that we could manage without external services. It's, I guess it's just a random thing based on a timestamp. Um, what about stuff like numbers that you get sent via SMS? How does that work? Oh, I guess the server connects to a service that provides this stuff. The service sends you an SMS and you type it back. So yeah, I'm just trying to think how these things should work. I guess the two-factor authentication can also work with the key pair. Hmm. It's like 1.3 factor authentication. Well, would two-factor authentication based on the same key pair still be a two-factor then? SIM swaps are fun. Yeah. Yeah, I would assume that basically, would it be fine to support the number thing as the only two-factor authentication? Sorry, guys, I don't know what those acronyms are. So OTP, one-time password, OATH. What's OATH? That sounds a lot like wow. Are you tricking me? Are you trying to trick me into wow? SMS two-factor authentication isn't two-factor authentication. Email and Auth app are so much better. Yeah, I mean, I believe so. To be clear, I'm just like tossing ideas out. obviously from the perspective of self-hosting this stuff and making it nice to self-host, SMS two-factor authentication is turbo ass because that's guaranteed to be a service that you have to pay for. So, um, no. Um, I think we can do the number on your phone, right? That's enough. But then also, how would that work? So you'd have to do that whenever you. So when would you have to do that? Whenever you connect via TCP, or like maybe with a, I don't know, 24-hour cooldown. Every 24-hour, whenever you reestablish the connection, you have to do that. I would start with an email token and then add time. I would like for servers to have the ability to not do any email. So email is obviously the not too complicated and doable. Uh, Also without having to rely on any third party service. But I would try to make email optional. I mean, you can do the one time password, the time based one time password without emails, right? So in a sense, that seems more flexible to me. Which would you discuss first? What will the implementation look like, and what will the policies that the implementation will force look like? Yeah, good question. I don't know. I guess it's the second point that I'm not entirely clear on. Like, let's say that we do two-factor authentication. Okay, when are we asking you the two-factor authentication? I guess what I was discussing earlier with the idea that if you want to manage your connected devices, you have to provide your password. We could change that to you have to provide a two-factor token if you want to do this, or password plus that one as well. Um, but then I don't know when else we would ask you for your two-factor, for your second factor, I guess. In most two-factor that I see, it's password plus two-factor, and once you have a session, you're done. Right. But in our case, we don't do password too often. Or I guess, well, I mean, no, we don't want to do password too often. Like in chat applications, you don't want to log people out all the time. Like I never get logged out of Discord pretty much. I never get logged out of Telegram, of WhatsApp, I never get logged out of any of those things. So we should assume that you don't get logged out easily at all. So maybe what we could do is that once you set up two-factor authentication, then you are asked for the second factor when logging from a new device. That's reasonable. We could ask you for your second factor whenever you want to change your email, um, connect your devices, disconnect your devices, that kind of stuff. But then otherwise, we wouldn't be asking you this stuff too often, I think. Okay, so give me a sec. I'm grabbing some more tea. And then I'm going to send this message. Okay, I'm back. Uh, do, 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 do. So wait, so I mentioned 2FA, but maybe he was not mentioning 2FA, and I used the term wrong maybe because I think that David mentioned like other authentication providers, not two factor, and then I said two factor, thinking other authentication providers, which is why I was saying, um, oh shit, I might have done a bad. Please God, tell me that I have not done a bad. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. If Awebo wants to support multiple authentication methods and second factors, we need some way to authenticate requests that is opaque to the user. What does this mean? We need some way to authenticate requests that is opaque to the user. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Left a comment. Okay. So sorry, this has been a slow day, but we've been looking at this stuff that I needed to look at for a while. And guess what happened in the meantime? So in the meantime, if you look at message history, just a few minutes ago, David added, or never mind, 2 hours ago, not a few minutes ago, but well, somewhat recently, David added support for dynamically loading and removing messages at the top of the scroll area. So I think we can see this even in the demo. Let's see. Is this updated? I think this is it. Scroll to bottom. Scroll to bottom. Add below per scroll. Delete above. Delete above. Delete above. Delete above. Oh, it scrolls me up a little bit. Delete above. Delete above. There is there a scroll to top? Yes, scroll to top. Um, I don't know if what I'm seeing is the latest stuff. In mind though. Where's the new button? Add below plus scroll. Scroll to top, add below. Oh, there's a checkbox called dynamic loading. Do we have a checkbox called dynamic loading? I don't see the checkbox. Refresh the page, hard refresh. Um, I think we might not be seeing the latest and greatest. Yeah. Oh man. Why does it not have automated deployments? He should though, right? Copilot code review test. Yeah, I don't think he has automated deployments. So I guess we would have to clone this locally and pull and then launch this locally to see it. Let's see if we can do it. Oops. Um, hmm. In this branch, he never fixed everything. He never fixed the examples. So we would have to see this from main branch and Zig 015. Maybe. I guess we'll see. It might also be that run is not the right command, but test check docs. Compile dash. Well, there we go. Mm, okay. Maybe I'm wrong and this was the new stuff. Where's the checkbox though? I thought there was a checkbox somewhere. Why can I not see this? Okay, so this is awesome. I wonder where the checkbox went, but okay, so it seems that we can do this stuff. Well, I guess it's time to try this out. So I'm not gonna do this on stream right now. I'm this is it for me today. I'm gonna call it a day, but maybe tomorrow we can work on this, or maybe I'll do this work, in secret, in private tonight, while nobody knows, while nobody's watching, and nobody can stop me. We'll see. So, with this being said, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, Grey Hatter, for your feedback and your suggestion to use MTLS. It does seem interesting. We'll see. I do think that whenever we talk about this stuff, um, I think there's also like an aspect of I don't know how CPU intensive this stuff is, how much memory does it consume, other things than what you normally talk about when you're talking about encryption schemes. But it does seem, at least at a first sight, to be a clever way of doing more with less, since we do need to have some form of transport layer security anyway. Well, we'll see. Thank you all for hanging out, and I will see you all next time. Let's see if anybody is streaming Zig. Ethernet Cable, are you streaming by any chance? If you're still around, I'll raid you if you want. Got ERL things to do today. Well, that sounds fair. Building an AI agent with Claude. Hmm. You know what? Claude continues to take over my. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'm not reading any AI stream. So see you all.